Take it easy.
I haven't seen.
Try for free. Try for free.
It keeps me mixed up. Fine. Gods. Where's the blood hyphen about to learn? Neither way stuff is keeping me mixed up. It should be fine, right?
Don't be so hard.
Alone again. I already said that doesn't need a bodyguard.
Hey. Try for free. Like it.
Many things I haven't seen.
Red 30, about to return.
Flying handbags. Oh, my child. Here's something fun for you. How dare
The ingredients for a very active. Please leave me. I truly hope this husband won't like his friend. Neither will Sotheby.
the ocean dried?
Ah, you mixed up. This is fine, right?
Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Looks like the situation has changed again. Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work. Lot here with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work to it. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Some for you? Roll. One off. Got the rest. Navigating the world with a few to choose from. But some for you?
Lying in bed for all these 2,000 different aunties.
Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation again. Navigating the world is a whole these identities to choose from. Put some for you? Got the rest of the busted! are about to get dicey.
I see everything.
from an informant. The is all right. Maybe I'll take one off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Take it easy. Quietly. Busted. Dada Kundala. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off, and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off, and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
This place has also been contaminated by primordial water.
Yeah. I dissolved the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't give up.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Alright. Cut this fool.
Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Wait! There's something wrong with this bridge!
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Oh. Was that... Was... I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, one suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with we met not long ago?
Ah, right. Yes. I remember.
Oh, Miss Navia, Mr. Blue, and Mr. Silver too. To see you.
How have you been?
Been great. Thanks to your help, Father, some merchants finally that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Opena, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. Very good variety, and they'll become very beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without you, so this is a little token of our appreciation.
Did you cultivate yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before, sometime recently. And why are so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are! I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her two attendants are with her! Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And... huh? Where's Mr.
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry you.
But are you sure to stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough! Could someone please where Miss Left is? What's standing?
Have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina Dorsula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. We are in one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what's the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Just a moment. They're right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? It is very clear and unanimous. To judge her now, she's guilty!
Here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all here. This is the name of justice. If Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. What accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that everyone else still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much more once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts. Sylvia, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them, we shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus, Mr. Stubborn! How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Miss... Silence!
Once! Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear on.
How is she?
Please leave with me, Miss. Now there is still.
But...
Only chance to leave this place. To leave us with something?
Malus.
Apologies. I could be making one little when really I was goodbye.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly! You must come now!
Good. Sir.
No, wait! Just a second!
Hey! Navia?
Go.
I must have been dreaming. Malus arrived, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait! Did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Faye?
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought to give some time to herself.
Say it again. Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over and then to talk about?
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing nurse.
I see. Well, it is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by
Thank you. I've indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
Still talk about. Chat about something else. Nivelet, you're quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my moment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Sorry to keep you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Join the party! Let's get going!
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities. For you? Good roll. Right, maybe I'll take one more day off, and knock the rest of the work up to it. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. A whole lot of different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off, and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off, and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Come up with some for you? I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Another one, Steve.
Quietly. Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest once I'm feeling up to it.
Looks like we've reached the end.
The missions in the city.
Twists and turns out this place.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. See. Reason dictates that this is destroyed. I shall record the history of its future and its past. Hey, what?
Feels like someone left slates these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The pit is dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon weeping on her throne. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it...
Still, Paimon feels like these images are weird when you look at them together.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here. Please be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, some people once saw these slates?
Who made these slates and left these words here?
It seems that it comes from furina.
In that case, there's no time to else here, so let's head back first.
Hey, for now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check what's happening with the stuff, therefore...
Ready for that, Navia?
And have...
I'll depart as well. Thank you for hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you can this matter. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are we gonna talk to her about this directly? My mind's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
Shouldn't be harboring of the bees at all the interest at present.
All right in your hands, that the best.
My word.
The Sandra is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're in a position. Alright. I'll be on my way then.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! No, the boss is the best! Ooh, desserts! These are all mine! Starting to forget what happened today.
Is that it?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Mona?
whenever they've got time to just on the road.
Wait, you're not... Are you...
Oh, so I did. Why did you... Because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. Or really amazing at astrology, so I changed what it is now according to my wishes. Surprise, however, it's not the name of some house or clan.
It is...
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer by Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great ruler of the stars. Take it as a type specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so... petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but once she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from...
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't lose all butters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell me you think it's an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and prophecy concerns Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it should surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I bet there are circle gods of hers who could do something similar. Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona! You're amazing as always!
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you know, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oops, guess we were getting a little too carried away there. To my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. Weird bugs! The things Paimon does for you! That's more like it. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Trevor. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Up with some for you?
Welcome to Ballet Vermont.
Take it easy.
You're here! Finally!
Is something...
Miss Neuvillette and Maria, they seem to have gotten out. Please go see for yourself.
I said, I've already explained everything!
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain... There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is strange considering the Hydro Archon, but it is strange that you should also not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. That's all I have to say. Not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? I didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Been outside for a while.
Oh, it seems Furina...
She was discerned. Our discussion impasses time and again that we cannot continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed this secret. The issue is attitude. I fear that she will not feel anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
Consider forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is a crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
That's everyone, huh? Smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poison involved in a disaster, so it's presently void of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like the natural thing in the world.
That's what we should do. Sit and enjoy a little time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here.
Lend me yours, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, our friend Taylor has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He's glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
I once used a stick in a basket to catch rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, monster population has already thinned, so the hunters are back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose it with?
I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in water and waiting for fish within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems with the use of any such tricks. But I do have one question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
We hadn't heard of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not a metaphor.
Our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is put, and the hunting is actually quite accurate. They'll require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off. I got the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought it was now that Paimon thinks, but Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all! Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that before!
Frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here!
Ah. Have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. We view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed? So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important stuff, but so scary.
You understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone. I'm done. It's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in lively banter.
Luna!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief talk with her.
Do you have pink eye by any chance?
It was you remember, right? That devil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important. How can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
Right! Paimon once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
God's gaze has blind spots. Pretty old if you ask Paimon. God's all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But not her. And if she's still alive, she'd be say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N around for long.
Oh, the Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live long.
Abilities are terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was a crypt, but I suspect she means there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Trav? Paimon? Are you alright?
Oh, we're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all, but I couldn't. Even if this is only a few miles, I still wish I could before. If I don't struggle to pass, then how can we face the end when...
You have a point!
Talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going. It will try and comfort you, even if only... I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. That might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Kind of dead. But... Hey, traveler! Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go! Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
If you want to outrun the law, you need to know how it works.
Are written in this underwater's but that others cannot. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blind adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind, do not fear. The house of the traveler contains space. Let's scoop yet. The traveler trail. Roadblock. Sure, it took so many awesome photos. We never able to get hold of it. Easier to find. Is using us as the subject matter instead? Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
These are the kind of headlines these days.
Over here!
Lynette's not joining us today?
I've had and seen making inroads with her. They should be in the cafe right now. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan. Dave went to a dining pupil and assistant. Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies. I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd better be careful.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former magic maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but he looks pretty happy about Lenny stroking his ego.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the Weasel and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up. I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Linny. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you. The Weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere.
Sir, I'm honored. This isn't about finances for me. My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head on.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you, anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in any case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
Uh-oh. This is getting awkward.
Renzo? Is that? Oh, it is you! I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man? Wanna grab a drink with me?
Another day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on! You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say? Live fast, die young. You gotta learn how to kick back and relax once in a while.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times. This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. And hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something? Anyway, point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into. And he's still into, from what I hear.
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave. Don't work too hard.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate me, I guess. But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
Totally. And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that? He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious. This guy's definitely covering up.
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him. He just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
Forget about me. This is about what you want.
What did you want exactly?
Here
You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out. I said way too much back there, didn't I? Yeah, I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Ugh, Paimon knew he was a bad egg!
Hey! Keep your voice down. Prime to Lorenzo. Bad things happen to people. Too many questions. Or make an enemy out of him. Even ask. I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You saw him flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but clearly it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too young for this. Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
And there he goes. What do we do now, Lenny?
Shh. I think we're being watched. Someone was listening to our whole conversation. Don't say anything back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. Better elsewhere.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat? Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go! I'm sure it'll be great!
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia!
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know I in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be... I haven't that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep... No need. But if you can do so today, then you should carry... These... Sijuin said that this kind of expression is what humans call sad.
Oh, no, see.
She was born before, and she sometimes the surface to teach us things about... She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only live them delicious food. Try this here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye!
And there she goes! Alright, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here. Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a
Changed again.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! What about you? Worry about you were in Poisson sometime back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
I mentioned you. We fed. She said you're a real devil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Doesn't. It was more like photography. I'd like to do his diet.
deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced. Yeah, are we even qualified? Why not? If I say you're worth an not right now, of course. I'll Oh, in that case, we'll chat when you have time then? Oh, so that's a yes. I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I have to apply for do some process and... Whew, so much done now. Talk to you later. Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you. And what's that? If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today? Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about. I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way. I'm still a journalist first and foremost, I haven't seen. Secondly, I wouldn't take my homeland. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation were suddenly destroyed tomorrow, still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would write would journalist. And then you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. On that, get back to my preparations. That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Navigating the world is a... whole lot easier. Take it easy.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing. Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't done much kinds of things. We didn't have either, with us always. Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Mirapede. Not at all aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass a message from him. The Martian Phantom has declared the incident a riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
The situation was spiraling out of control, and that further argument was pointless. She claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Let's tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the Paimon. Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come! This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here is isolation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Again. Worlds is easier with a few different identities to choose. Made for you? Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off, and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? got a new letter from the foreman. Looks like the situation is again. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off and something to it.
Right over there! She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? That!
Don't worry, Furina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The stains on your face feel.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the opera morning was so I'm trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are right next to Of course not!
There she is! The high over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are some rabid fans who want to come on because every day I can get their way.
Furina just ran off! We have to catch her!
sheer enthusiasm made.
All right. Yep, a good girl.
The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flood in Poisson, did it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. The people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of to back the sea, anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. Impossible. It from the my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars. Yeah. In other words, you never belonged here. If Tevat dirty, a state, you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes of our...
So, this is what it is. Yes, praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your stand trial? In that case, you have the opportunity to through a duel.
You against God. Made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raise my hand to Barry that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, one. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. The most and fantastic known to you is now folding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does Furina just take over the whole thing? Like, come in, did I just get forced to stand still for crimes? Also, she's still acting so dramatic. She is taking this seriously this time, right?
Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The prosecutor, please.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me on?
Well, we did do a lot after the meeting that day.
The tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. According to our understanding and analysis of you. When something like that occurred, we'd likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by to lie in wait there.
So, we were all from the Spina.
And their goal is you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson, of course, was an archon instead of a human. My thanks, furina. Without your help, I could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're...
Of course, this performance only made possible by their support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It was a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervillette in part. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is.
And I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding would accept a duel on me.
Thank you.
As I suppose that I didn't know anything amiss. Shooter once. Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Try to the very end.
Please allow me to applied for. Received permission to share with you. It should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, that means the document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine. In other words, we can acknowledge every time we want to use confirm the information. Just think of it as a pressure, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think this is the first time. According to Monsieur, the fortress of a Fatui Harbinger. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest,
That still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense will now begin.
Oh, come on, nervy lad. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
True, but my charge related to you as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who is in the Archon.
What was that? Lady Furina?
I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Folklore, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of Water, Kindred, and Laws upon anything other than true Archon.
Even rather eccentric? Is it going too far to doubt my identity?
I never questioned my identity. Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise that you will not have to face trial making a false accusation of everything and as and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you. If you must persist, then you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was the Archon, then how did I manage to live for 5 years?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of I sense divinity, but a curse after all.
You said...
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Everyone knows between a human and a god is the possession. Gods can do what humans cannot. Gods may have certain nation of one need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Tried to reference the as confused as all the rest, and the Oratrice declared child to be guilty without any proof. Otherwise, you should have a good idea of that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against this charge if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick.
Operations of the Oratrice, instead of having been created, actions of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a god, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
There are many ordinary citizens who demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much...
Indemnium! It's all Archons derive their power from the faith of, and I converted faith in justice. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Everyone, please at me as if I were loved. Leave me. the right. You have evidence of Archon, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to you to say that I'm the real deal.
Another argument. That doesn't this. That all
Right here and now. Maria not long ago, taking lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of the seawater? If we were to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. You should dare your hate. People deserve their path of
Sula.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's...
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that participate the same as a
planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Lady Furina.
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now, the human who would fall apart? Was this not the most obvious?
You're present, Miss C. Please and attend.
Hilda, let me see.
Please on the result of your siege.
Has everyone displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin? These indicate that she was experiencing as other humans.
To the defense.
What? Not to prove my sin?
Well, you to run problems did originally Poisson. The exchange that is not concentrated enough to involve an actual human. After all, on the off really unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so outside for life, you secured a low concentration to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing.
I can't believe Listen to me! Listen! What is that fit? You conclusively prove that an archon can be affected by the primordial seawater. Also, if I was really just a human, why would I put that kind of water? Please, any man.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things, I didn't think there's any way left.
I believe the evidence has come to an end. We'll move on to the final.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway against her now.
In my capacity as Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as Archon. As a human who knowingly deceived fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse now to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse now, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict. Word of the thus, the Hydro guilty via the death sentence.
Death sentence?
That actually never sense. I've always been
The only time the death sentence has been handed out and to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definition of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Doesn't know the aftermath disappears.
Indeed, only for the sentence overly excessive. The point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydra in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission assigned to me will always be priority.
Is that the first slate? Huh. Privately arranged me to try it.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Believe that you would like you to remember and confirm this sentence. I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of the slates. However, I'm certain as to how sense them to you.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stones. Do this to help you remember. slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the first slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after, it was just a question of when, if.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
That doesn't sound...
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid! The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. The water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light. going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Hear them.
Incredible. You hear that? Not really humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Nia, when she was about to get dissolved, she saw everyone gathered around her in the shape of a spoke that she promised Celestia, creating humans without pride. That could also explain why the oratory stopped the Archon to be guilty to account sin.
The truth was created.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah! Isn't the imagery just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once he has been fulfilled in the end, the waters, and the weeping alone.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people as well. I will briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the Oceanid for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the mysticism of beings, and wishing those experiences for themselves, excited on their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as elementally linked with the pipe of the sun did not present the thorn of human life. Not one to give in, she found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for familiars by appropriate primordial sea. She poured seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid males in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come in direct contact with from the primordial sea, the body returned to the sea. As a result, and they were their original forms as Oceanids. The Hydro Archon never received from the principle of the human race. And thus, all our creations came to shoulder sin and the power of the primordial sea. A true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we turned into human beings?
That's information for me. I think I'm just I never heard a single thing. It's the truth. We can't let the Hydro Archon be after all, her only sin was creating us.
Really might be too much information for a regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third slates was inaccurate. The suppositions are in fact. all that are humans been dissolved. Water from the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the last judge, I also recall Navi's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. The third slave came situation.
I on this prophecy. It was prophecy foretold. Seems making sure.
No matter is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the flarepeeds was the I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that would in fact only be something far worse to come. As for the root cause of it, I believe it would be encountered. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
That doesn't sound...
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
That was way too close! That thing just burst into the opera house!
It's chosen here. It's not long. That is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it's in the sea, it steps.
Fontania out of Oceanid. She filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
It's the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop opera house food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We surely may. In that case, won't it come back to target the people and to recover its strength?
Not yet. Indeed, it is accurate to say that we should thank that harbinger for time. It would have come to to land first. He's been fighting the creature for a time.
Dang, yeah, special connection with didn't expect like this. Anyway, now that we know this wizard in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy is to be...
Wait. It had already absorbed. At this point, it is the sea itself. If the entire void, it would still serve and serve.
That's not something I... We've already done everything we can, and we even found the truth. We've come so... You can't just tell me that the turtle is some evil foe. It's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a...
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the gods, could things be happening in corners where gaze does not fall? Ultimately, they serve as your own guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is prepared to carry out the death sentence.
Sorry. The shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are... Who are you?
The sweet sound of wonderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone is a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
See the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone was all condemned, fled not immediately, was by my word. And I also knew how to defy the heavenly principles at surmise, impossible I found myself in a terrible long time mulling it over, alone on the kitchen floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this
confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. My eyes, to be human, the glow. After body behind and word and past selves, they used part and I named Furina. Feel sorrow and everything in between. She could be as vain as needed, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way, the person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydro Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you barely understand why you're Cora Epicles.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the unimaginably long and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Take it easy.
Sorry. The expression on your face. Using myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive one was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness no. But I had goals too. If I was to stand a chance of deceiving the principles.
Deceiving the house?
It's because of that everyone doomed to Fontaine. Positively bemused. That problem was on me by my predecessor. Hydroarchaea for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as with the seven, she also knew full well that to defy heaven's at one's peril, surmised, it was a rather possible situation that I found myself in. I spent a long time mulling over on the ocean, and I was almost growing rivals by the time I finally won this conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hard as one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydroarchon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I use this, and more than I chose to be one of her failures.
You are yet human.
I always dreamed of becoming human, and I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She joy, sorrow, and everything in between, as vain and horrible as only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way, the person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of prophecy? The Hydroarchon alone, on her throne. In order that the prophecy might be fulfilled, they invited Furina to be part of the in prophecy curse I may not the pursuit of happiness.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must be for her.
And all that innocent human, I must definitely owe her apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off, and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different ways to choose from. Need me to custom?
first get into position like this. That. Yep.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel? I am Focalor, the eye this fun upon me. I must at all times display the utmost elegance and nobility. Audience is experiencing technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon. Gotcha. Hey, Gibbs. The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards! Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Don't be scared! Hey, go away! Just retreat a little.
Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. You.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Near me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? No. Think somehow the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro-Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die if I already met you in this world. If there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro-Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it. The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god of lore, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirni said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self in the opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was a performance. How could I have forgotten we were inside an opera house?
It's quite shocking.
I've turned them around. I best follow this and read my accession speech. Acknowledge or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is fragrant that bloom amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice, and on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Vosalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Yes! Oh, yeah!
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Go going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Ah, you're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady, you're the latest hydrological parameters you asked to take note of. I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. Don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Really? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Reached my limit. No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it. have nothing to say. Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Furina doesn't... You've once let her in on the plan?
Yeah, be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, Fontaine is the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. He now said that person was you, hidden within the machine alone.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
And to be more precise, not only will take down the god of justice, it will also take down the throne upon which she has been placed. Did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within these. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, both the trial and the sentence.
And power, accrued over centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. Only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
No, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and the right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Take a deep breath.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that right? Sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that...
But we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved. I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy, its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come. To attack it from within. Share a part of the ancient dragon. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Take it easy.
Over there! Really scary! Stay put!
Quietly now.
Commit to memory! Grow!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its roots from within.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been a job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short ride for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. But they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a wonder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power.
I had an idea. The impression that she was the talkative person.
Simply did not have to say to the weak. You, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much, and I have more important things to do with it. It feels as a pet.
Might have missed the point. So what sort of person is master? Well, master's master. Wait, is that correct?
Oh, right. So you... Sorry, I did. His name is Sertologi.
With that name.
Sufficiently famous. The visionary. Better that or Gold Rhine daughter.
Oh, heard! Rhine Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's his mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Person? I might catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it is expedient to inform you. The all-devout used up all its strength fighting Huskies to digest. As such, this has made chaos. The prophecy that you can over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Initiate emergency rescue! Hurry!
It's receding!
It's a miracle!
It's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
We're saved! The prophecy was wrong.
The Svina Divasula building. I recently visited a song that spoke Sula, and we spoke about the future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small starving late at night. Just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, which Courier to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. That's really curious.
Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. A woodprint edition packed to the mark. Good news to calm people down. The value for these they're in us. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true... While Avia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could even your traveled eye.
Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
Exact.
You get several times already.
Oh, this time will be... Come on! And then make a trip to the fortress. There's some things. Let me know when you get there.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too!
Let me This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Charlotte. I'm a bit... especially like the article you wrote last year about Fontaine Castle. But could you not emphasize our role much in your report? We're doing here. Happen to share the same interests as me.
I get what is possible. Would you be willing to as friendly?
That would be...
You're how...
Production materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarence?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina, so she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina of more decision. Well, I do already have to be connected to us.
Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, facing down a god. Lots of exciting material.
Forget it. Find a better theme than that.
I always do it for nothing's sake.
About doing my say. Might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the traveler. It's better than persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna thank everyone who wants to be in the photo and smile.
How did it go? Was it a god? Did get in it?
Not bad. Your rendition of the picture. Alright, hang on. Let me snap a more. Alright, that should do it. Anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very...
The essence when it comes to the freshness is the key. So, but I'm good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview after all, Miss Clorand.
Wow, you really do.
That this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Memory.
Let me guess, who told Monsieur Nlet, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur asked me was, when did the Fortress so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have. In case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
This are nice. Let's take it easy. And then...
Wow, get here again, huh? This place.
Missing us.
Did you greet us?
And deal head neck me. But that sad obvious of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course.
All right then, this way.
The photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published over of the sword?
It would seem Lorvine wants to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
It's like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No.
Probably did meet Mr. Edwin once. I know more. You've definitely got more of a genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get her scoop.
But that ship is
Well, then in that case...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Then 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. I've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Take some pre- our head nurse. Sure. Come on, Siegeween, over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Oh, sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that, shit, I got a tad too much attention, That's
why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
Just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Sure, I'm not sure you remember, but young followers are waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news. Good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must extended vetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. What Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
In that case, let's call it a day.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone. Maybe. Who knows? I might write an underwater factory next time. Until then. All right, last stop, the docks. Navia mentioned they'd had with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
What sort of gadget?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write my...
You sure are working hard to help socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was going to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. If he begins with the first step, he'll become part of...
Lynette, could you cover Miss Charlotte as she wants a picture of us?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather precise. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, things been, traveler? That you did a glance. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We're more than happy to help.
I guess, well... After Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Nerlet opened negotiations, during which Fontaine was to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yeah, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all. Furthermore, Father did also lend to Fontaine.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit...
I would agree, but I also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervilette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Some reason for that?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
With the fatigue. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switch in sides? Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. Good is forever. For you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things not to be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magician and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I'll continue to walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Dating presents. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler. Come on, you take one too.
To move things out?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things happen. Still pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths. And you to your fated friends. Alright then. We'll be handing out some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte out. Shall we go see what Neverlett's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway. Relaxing days like this are nice. Let's take it easy. sure, Nervala. I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimek's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping this on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? The divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your property, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, dragons' authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict is key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally fulfilled the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into.
Seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I investigated a case of and I have learned to an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratory stirring the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Lord deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Fossilor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon, another question. Back when Fontainians were real humans, were the children there also transformed?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fon often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Furina's already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Furina. People are only aware that the has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Fossilor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But
we would arrange arrangements to ensure that she will not for food, clothing, board, travel. I am somewhat for her. The rest on her spirit will heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Solor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you gained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the oratories also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. This duty, generally speaking, you could say that both were granted. Such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That broke people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, is it all still okay? Where, Chief?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a compute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This authority stuff is quite...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
The diplomatic gifting!
Putting aside intentionality, but to this point, Archon's divine throne is now, and I do not need Gnosis' power. As such, it has lost all. If the Fatui have impure designs, I might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I'm afraid that I as a traveler I can that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlon can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation? You mean like...
No, well, dragons such as myself. The dragons of Natlon have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlon is also the nation of war. War like an dying flame. There's one other piece I got incidentally from my negotiation with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
You'll tell us too young.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlon. In the meantime, Kane's doors will easily open. I know.
When we saw Granny earlier, your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
outside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, alright, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you...
Of course. Yet, you should have the third descendant of a person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. Of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to get misfortune to prayers from falling to as a blessing. Once a person dies, the bonds he once had in this world shall all turn to person.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask. I'll be sure to pass the on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own. You then?
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful to
Those are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui!
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you. No see. Are exceedingly compatible and can even enhance the mental ability of the descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being into power vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. applauded him for his mastering.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the Sturm Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. I too would guess that if wishes were like the one earth as raindrops, life flows like water, is the final answer. Sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls for all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
First, get into position like this. And like that.
Adorn my night!
Fine by me.
Stop that! How dare you! Don't look at me!
One with nature. Never again.
I can't take it!
Relaxing day.
You followed us a long way. Why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?
So you're Linny. And where's your sister? Ain't she with you today? Save us the trouble and go fetch her for us. Let's not drag this out.
Save your questions, Missy. You ain't gonna need answer going. Peace.
Looks like... Now, I'm not Now disappear! Fine.
Curses.
Builders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the lady.
Come on, let's scram!
Hey, wise guys! We ain't through with you yet! Oh, did you catch what they said just before they left? Something about intimidating someone else. Sounds like the scare tactic. They've already done it to someone else. Who? And she acted like something to hide. Maybe she was to tell us the truth. These guys had threatened her.
Well, if that's the case, she'd be more willing to open up to her that those thugs won't be bothering her anymore. Let's head back to the cafe and see if we can get any information from her.
First, get into position like this. Like that. Yep, that's it. Deep breath, as if you're about to blow up a huge balloon. All your sleepiness into it,